Okay, motherfuckers. That's right. I called you it. What are you gonna do about it?
Luca tied a small magnet to the line, fishing with the law of attraction.
Key. I guess he's right, man. It's mysterious. But the desire to know is like also important.
Rollo handed Luca an unopened letter.
Could be the key to some kind of insane thing, and then the key becomes very important.
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried everything I've done. I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran. Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
I'm gonna go back and everybody's gonna be fucking scorched earth to dead.
Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary. Sadly, this was untrue.
Yeah, there won't be a next year, pal.
A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Here we go. The fireworks. He thinks there's fireworks. Fucking steamroller probably just fucking rolled over his sister.
It was not
dude.
fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
Holy.
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable...
Just like in his dream. It's a really good time to do this. This picks a lot of like classic good times to do this kind of stuff. That's why it's written pretty well. Like you're having like memories of his like family and lots of like little parallels and like allusions to things going on or things that did happen. It leaves more open to the mystery because you don't know exactly like what's going on, but they put little hints in some stuff. But they'll still try to have like a human element throughout the whole thing, like, oh, he makes up with his friend and things are good. Despite there being clearly, we know something bad going on, and then just this shit on the whole thing at the end, like it's kind of surprising, and the music's still going, and it's good. It's pretty well done.
Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a
Well, I hope they cinch the whole thing though. Because they have the recipe going on, you know. We've got the mystery. We've got some of the human elements. We've got, you know, illusions and stuff, the parallels, the memories and all that kind of stuff. Plenty of players and all that, but it's like, what's the thing with mysteries? They're building to something, and that journey is important, but I think in more than most genres, how it ends once the answers happen is pretty important, or lack thereof. I think one way to do it is I'll just keep riding the atmosphere, have it be like a surreal or not completely intelligible kind of thing.
And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene, in a silent treehouse turned statuary. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together. For the rest of time. The end. No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't.
The narrator's a bit much sometimes. I think you'd be better off just having that just sit on the end, and then you just go into the next thing. I don't really want to hear her thoughts on anything. I think it kind of cheapens it. It's a little cheesy. There's been a couple cheesy bits, like when they're screaming into the wind and shit. Like, I get things have been tough, but I don't think it's like so pervades the story enough, or seeps into the story enough that scene like is owned at that point in the story. But like, this shit's kind of goofy.
I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings. More possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Light.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
They just hang on. We know where that leads them.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket.
Oh, the forest, just in general. I thought he like knew, as in like he had like predestination.
The branches clawed at
That
them,
would be kind of
reluctant to
goofy.
give passage.
There's no way, because he wouldn't have handled that situation so poorly.
After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
This looks like his home, but like snowy. And would the grave be up here?
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
What's all happened in this story? Rolo's been kidnapped. They're after everybody that got affected.
Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation. With a resigned sigh, Luca responded. Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
Did he do something about his mother?
A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow. 2 faint seams were visible along the surface.
Is this the tunnels? Because they're just like a bunch of different, like, cloned beacon pines. This is clearly the same thing. How the fuck would they not tell? They've lived there their whole lives. I can tell. Music's cool.
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
Is that gonna have something to do with it? The different branches are gonna be like different beacon pines or spawn different beacon pines? Because this could be the one that got full ice.
The fencing glistened, each chain link encapsulated with a translucent layer of ice.
Those Valentine barrels.
Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
And the bully becoming an ally is kind of classic, too.
The crunching of footsteps.
On a classic story kind of beats her. The classic furries, and they're good.
He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion. Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion and more than a little guilt. Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy. The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
Iggy being reasonable.
Iggy motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face. Iggy shrugged. Iggy now wept openly. He wiped his nose with a sleeve. Luca gave a warm chuckle.
And all he had to do is not be an asshole.
Iggy cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes. Iggy arched into a wide yawn. Luca's eyelids began to slowly drift shut. That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
I mean, his face got half deformed, but he's taking it pretty well.
The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face, the doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know, it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Lucas snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive, the day he chose to abandon us. Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Well, let me show you. The world flickered in pulse. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. Now, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this.
What?
She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you.
Seems reasonable to me. They're having clearly some thoughts about the crazy Valentine shit or something.
Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca? Is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all.
Definitely not as crazy as the doppelganger was trying to make it seem. I mean, it's crazy in terms of big things happening, but I don't like they're getting fucking like, it's not like beating her or some shit, or like they just hate each other's company. It's those reasonable thoughts on something crazy.
He placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere. Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat
Those are
and
capital
strode
P.
out into the evening sun. A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively. Whether it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower. Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor. When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
Hitchhiker on the Infinite. Something impossible. Yeah, I definitely think the choice thing is not just a narrative thing. I think when they started showing another frozen town, that was pretty clear.
Iggy huffed with gratification. Nat began to turn away indifferently. Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off. Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented. Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes. Nat took a deep breath in. Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers. For a brief, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
Yeah. The exact same one, or... It's like you could say maybe they just didn't notice it when they're at the treehouse, but like, why is there a bunch of fence though? I don't have time for all that. Okay. So why did nobody walk over here? Is the outside world different? Or is it just this? I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that big implications.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered. Luca began to laugh uncomfortably. He looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him. He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out. Chapter 6.
Okay.
The Source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived.
On top of we do stumble upon like one of the full endings, you still have something important answered in the other ones. Maybe there's like a true thing like in a lot of the ends.
He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to perennial harvest, but right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard, a headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips. There was no reply, just snow-covered silence. Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave. Suddenly, he heard
Yikes.
the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
Yikes. He's fun. Thankfully the prints don't stay.
He bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Change the world. They're doing good here, man.
Luca stuttered through heaving sobs. Iggy gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his... Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Clearly.
Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckle.
Chaos ending here, man. Steal it, smash it, or try to smash it. Interesting. There's another one there. One there. We got like 2 here at least. I mean, I assume to get to the end, I mean, it's probably like a 13 suns where you kind of have to hit everything to get truly to the end.
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look.
So there's no GPS on those.
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
How would they replicate this too? Yeah, how would they do that? Like, what if somebody hid something and nobody would knew? Yeah, like in the dirt. Maybe he looked for it and he couldn't find it again.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization. Iggy stifled a chuckle.
He blew up the chicken. That's a fucking shit, man. You know, I mean, you get these unexpected kind of tag-alongs and for different kinds of dialogue and relations and shit, different parts of town.
Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Jesus, the town's not that big, man. How did they not find him? Crooked. The source.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts. Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
Give him a push, man.
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
He's just, what is he, just a middle manager here? Yeah.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
Creepy lackey.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
The Yakuza.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance. Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Regret is one of my specialties.
Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence. After a long pause,
sweating.
Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration. Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air. With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Hey, Sticky.
With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca. Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side.
Iggy, no. Remember me.
Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow.
What was this fucking bastard thinking, man?
He could see Kerr further down, clinging to
Kerr,
Iggy's
that
coat.
is. Jeez, man. Iggy's really punished, dude. He's just fucking raw, man. He's like, hey, just drop me, dude. Some of this shit's funny, though. Don't you do something good and just drop?
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult. With a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Jesus, this guy's pathetic.
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack. Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp. Every muscle in Luca's body
Do we
burned.
have a choice here?
Luca felt his hand slipping. A calm settled over Iggy's face. Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Yep. Now we'll refuse it here.
Luca
I'll
had
come
no
back.
choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out, We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror. Now, a clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder.
The founder.
A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw, the end. I think
We don't need her to have a peace over everything. Okay, we'll
Luca
accept
had
it.
no choice but to accept Iggy's request. With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy. The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
The fucking bottle rocket, dude. Fucking 12-year-old saying shit like hell of a goodbye. They should have been fucking teenagers, man, but I still wouldn't look as cutesy then. Well, I mean, sometimes it's hard to tell if they're young or old, man. Tempest Liquamine.
We have some idea what that would look like.
Oh, that just reminded me of the other ending or something.
A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Jesus.
With a chuckle,
We're gonna
Nat
save
turned
the
and walked west.
world.
Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder. Revenge served cold, second time's a charm?
Am I supposed to be looking at this purple and using it to charm dashes?
Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with... Let's go back and find something more definitive.
Maybe it'll continue soon. Are you supposed to like know the purple for some shit?
Luca began to respond.
Definitely try to work
The
some more
sky
comedy
answered
into
for
it.
him as the clouds above began to break,
And that pans
revealing
out.
patches of star-filled summer night. Luca stopped himself mid-sentence.
Let's rock.
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
Well, there's definitely some shit going on for sure. Man, very sci-fi VN, 13 Sentinels type of thing going on. They're hitting you just enough to be continued and to go back and forth pretty often to the same arcs. Zero Escape or something. Some VNs you'll go down full, like, 10-hour pass, and there's like 5 of them or something, right? Some you're getting like a bunch of micro shit, like a Zero Escape, 13 Sentinels. It's kind of more in that camp.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
This is the mayor. Is he using it as like a disguise? Maybe the grandma and the Valentines are working together to like stop the new guys in town.
Beck's voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Change is pain.
The mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Grandma.
A chill ran down Luca's spine.
It's about family.
His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand. Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask. Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night.
Waiting for Gran to like be his mom, aged up or some shit. But I mean, would he know his own grandma? Unless she's just pretending really well to be her mother. We'll find out. Mysterious one. We knew she was like conspiring.
Chapter 5.
It's probably in the benefit of everybody.
What big ears you have. Luca sat shivering in
Unless
the
there's
bushes,
a lot of different
staring
villains or
at his feet.
gray areas.
After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
Oh, I'm sure there is. Oh, is he gonna think that his grandma was doing it in this arc? He doesn't know there's like multiple of them, or they're hiding stuff. See, even that we know that she gave them one of the hazmat suits was side dialogue, I think we found? I don't remember exactly. Then all the critters are leaving because it's getting cold. Or something with the source.
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up. Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh. He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped. The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the
I'm
possibility,
sure they'd love it.
then broke into laughter as they walked away.
The music's cool sometimes too. Like a mix. I love like some latent stuff, some nice piano shit, but then some synth shit. Learn to live with the truth. Same thing. Yep. Are they just clones or something? Nice, huh? Apparently the diner's open. Maybe they're meeting together right now. Yo, Fritz, man. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Appreciate it. Hope the channel's going well and everything, man. I like this song.
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner. The mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
Hey, hell yeah. That's what makes it worth it, dude. Sister? What is a sister? Does he work with the Valentines? Okay, he is the son of a Valentine.
Kerr locked his arm on Gus's shoulder.
He must just be really out of the loop on the whole thing. I feel like if you knew more about it, it'd be so easy.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
Under our feet, he says, the source and all that. Suspicious. Only when he's not trying to be. Well, if somebody moved into this town, they must surely know what's going on here. You don't just like slide into this fucking town out of nowhere. How do they keep everybody like from leaving though? They had under control enough to not like wander out into the forest or something. See if they answer all that. Something was different. Is that when they did it? They rebuilt the other town in like a week or moved them out so they could move them into the new one? Did they not notice it's just a little further away? That's when they did it. I was wondering how they'd do it, if they just knocked everybody out or what.
Luca tied a bent nail onto the... If all you have is a hammer...
Looks pretty full over there, man. Uncle Joseph. Let's go fishing. We finished the stuff with his dad, but what about his mother? Oh, we can't go there, I've tried. Hopefully we get another chance. Only got to go in there once.
Rollo waggled his head with pride.
Jesus. He goes all out. Lavish. Whoa, look at that. What the fuck is that? That's kind of got some tack here. Jeff gives them the stuff. It's neat they kind of put in all these little details to kind of round everybody out or just give it a little bit more context. And they might not even like full explain a lot of it, you might just have to fill the context. We'll see. And they left town for a week, right? Like, I mean, that just adds up with some other parts of the story. I mean, like, decent storytelling, I guess, 101, but that's a pretty low bar sometimes these days.
Luca sucked in in a long breath.
What about the voice, though? They talk. Well, I guess they just said shit. I mean, we know who that was, but...
Rollo let out a low whistle.
Love these like 12-year-olds saying clandestine. It's just one of those stories, right? Where it's like they're just gonna have the variety of dialogue and all that. Where, despite them being kids and stuff, they're not too worried about them still sounding exactly like kids. You know, they call it style or something. I'd rather them be kids and in tree houses and shit than like some fucks or some shit. Oh, that does remind me of Oxenfree. This gives me a little bit of an Oxenfree vibe. I'd say I like this better than Oxenfree. We'll see when Oxenfree 2 comes out. I wonder if that'll be like $1 at some point like the original. He's pretty calm about all this.
Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
Alien zombies. True enough, at least he's gathered that. They're not gonna make that mistake. Although, I mean, this could be a different outfit. Or she seems like it. Oh, really? Well, then it's his mother. Wouldn't it be his mother aged up? Just acting different?
Luca gazed out the window.
Why? Are your earphones falling apart? Well, a lot of people use just earbuds, man. The worst thing. Oh man, if that isn't an ironic sight. Made in Germany. It's like broken. Made in some country, then broken it. Yeah, I've had these for almost a decade. They're still fine, but I'm very ginger with them. But I don't know the brand you've got. Am I not allowed to log into the USPS website? Yeah, I mean, you could get a new pair of headphones. Could be time, but it'll cost a lot. How much does it cost to fix them? Excuse me, goddamn. Of course, man. Well, yeah, I mean, my moths, they cost like 10, 15, I think. I bought a new pair and I haven't installed them. I've had it for like 4 or 5 months. These are still fine. I mean, they're fucked. They're falling apart, but like they don't feel horrible. So I'm like, fuck it. I'm just gonna ride them out. I had to remove them once. I get new ones. Yeah, it's fucked, huh? It's supposed to last forever. Or not forever, but surely the length of most other parts. Oh god, too much. So, I mean, do you just handle them like crazy? Do you like, just yoink them out a lot? I mean, I'm not blaming you. They should be able to take being just used normally instead of always ginger. Yeah, they just sound like they're kind of cheap and faulty, huh? I'm guessing you can't get any like third-party ones for something like that. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, and I doubt there's any third-party shit. There's third-party, like I said, muffs for these, but this is a popular headphone, and the muffs get replaced enough they're worth it. Just like a little plastic piece, I doubt a lot of companies are gonna have like a third-party for that. Yeah, I feel like his grandma was his mother. She disappeared, and now some older grandma showed up. Just pretending, I guess. Yeah, no, that'd be bullshit for sure. It'd definitely make me think twice about buying the brand. Sadly. Yeah, exactly. But you'd also don't want to have to repair them every year. I don't know. I mean, I probably just gotta buy a new pair, or not a new pair, but a new replacement. Extra careful with the installation and pray to God after that, right? Yeah, that it's always the same part. Just shows how fucking cheap it is, man. I'm guessing there's no kind of like hotline or warranty or anything at this point, right? It's been forever. Yeah, I mean, I've had these like for a decade, so.
Chapter 6.
With really, really, really basic things, sometimes I can hear a rattle, but that might just be the muffs. Otherwise, they've been fine. No, I'd probably just buy them again if they broke.
Secret lair. Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight.
I mean, maybe you could talk to Bear Dynamic.
In the shadows.
You could like contact if you really wanted their customer service. Be like, hey, you know, I keep getting new of these parts and they break in like, you know, half a year or something. Maybe they do something. A lot of those companies, the reputation's worth just giving you free shit. Maybe not though. Depends on how much you care about your 20 euros.
Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
Oh, there's 2 rooms in this house they haven't been in. See, that's good. I like that. You gotta leave some stuff open. Yeah, it's not too bad, but still probably like to save them. Yeah, more like the time it takes every now and then where you're not using them and you have to call up and order new ones. It's kind of like Jesus. You don't really want to accrue an ass load of different tech parts like that, right? You're gonna have to be replacing something every few weeks. This fucking Sherlock Holmes hat, dude. You're on the dot. I mean, there's planned obsolescence or obsolescence. It's obsolescence. But I doubt it'd be with a part like that. That'd be bizarre. Just cheap.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
I think they do a good job of just having each of these little routes and branches feel spicy. Like we're just getting into like different chunks of the story. This is very 13 sentences in that way.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence. He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
Look who stands there, he's not picked a lot. Yeah, oh, the comfort's a huge deal to me. That's why these are godly, even with like really old pads. I've had a pair of Steel Series back in the day that fucking killed my ears. I've worn other ones recently just for shit. I like these. I can't complain on the audio quality.
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All 3 kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
The dishes.
Before Before he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back. The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss, but the only distinct feature was its impeccability. As Beck pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own
secret
power.
passage there. See, the thing is, this wouldn't have been in the first house. So unless she had some people model this as into it, maybe she just did it later. The GM is like full of explosives. Why? Well, what does your phone service provider have to do with
Rollo
it?
casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam. He smacked his lips. Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper. Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
A heist. Oh, you think they might have the part you need? I doubt it. Oh, to buy a new pair of headphones. Maybe this is just a different place to get one of the same verbs or whatever. Smack, probably.
A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
What is that? Yeah. Oh, okay. So cheap. Cheap quality, cheap price. Yeah. Very nice. Gamers, I got like LEDs, gamer gear. That's the good overpriced cheap shit, right? I fucked up. Well, I already know that Karen's evil. I mean, it makes her seem less evil.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it. Luca nodded and caressed the
He's a
label with his
doctor.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
The preeminent scholar in Dunn's document.
He stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Well, he warmed up to her pretty quick. It shows further signs of malaise. Temperature continues to drop. This will be.
Rollo looked up with heightened surprise.
Joseph's uncle. So they're just finding people that maybe were affected by what was going on.
Rollo's finger traced across the page.
Mr. Nuncrete. What, did he get fixed up or? Wish I could read. The only thing in this game I wish I could do is that I wish there was a fucking try to press all the buttons here. A backlog. Needs to be back.
Rollo scanned through several more pages. Luca, staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
Said he needed to go.
Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
Oh, but nothing.
Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter. Luca slammed the drawer shut.
This is bullshit.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines. Rollo carefully traced the path with his finger. He jabbed down at the end point.
Yeah, but it's the real town, not this one. Do they just want to blow the other place, or are they gonna blow this fountain and hope there's something here too, or what? Yeah, they've got the wrong idea, but I could see why they think that in the future for doing
Luca looked up from the map. Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other.
I mean, the door's open, is it
A
not?
muffled male voice broke the silence.
Oh, it's this guy.
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs. The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step.
What's his face? I don't remember. Mr. Gilby or something.
Thump,
Do you?
thump, thump. At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life. Rollo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth. It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy
What in
figure.
the fucking Rollo, dude? What is he thinking? The guy said, guess it's nothing. He was clearly not.
With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground. From the dark corner, they saw something move. Luca scrambled to the
just
hunched
kill that
figure on the
person?
ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief. As Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
Mr. Tolliver. Just a nice guy.
Chapter 7: The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver.
Oh god. This is gonna be like some mock, like, hardcore. It's gonna be like waterboarding
Still
him.
unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair.
Oh, they've got strapped to the chair.
His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string.
This is funny because Tolliver is clearly just like a nice guy.
The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan.
They
One
think
thing
they're
was
gonna
certain,
bomb the
they
fucking
couldn't just let
festival.
Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
The good cop and bad cop. Good cop, chill cop.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation.
Let's try the chill cop.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
The Golly.
He looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Yeah, he's trying to.
Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave. Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks. Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment. Luca gestured to the corner. Luca looked again to Rollo and Beck.
Is he feeling guilty? I'm a good guy told her, but I don't know if they're gonna buy it.
This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists. He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
Just gonna run.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch. He punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs. Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights.
Right. I gotta torture this man.
It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard. Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
He thinks he's
They
keeping them
looked
safe.
bewildered at each other.
Then the Ice Age. Not now, Beck.
They heard the staccato
Game
thump of
over.
quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped the end.
Well, let's hope there's air down here.
Well, we certainly are back to the drawing.
Must be hard.
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times.
Good cop, bad cop. Bunch of
Rollo
fucking
swaggered
kids.
past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Hope he starts fucking beating the shit out of him.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice. Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table. He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint. The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up. Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
Oh, I am calm. Quite calm. Well, can he not see him because the light's blinding him or something?
The doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe. Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every
good.
detective trope his memory could recall.
Every detective trope. Powerful.
He slammed the table again. Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
I guess Mr. Tolliver's like, he's kind of weak-willed, good guy. Juniper.
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever. He shook his head,
Good
feeling more and
lord.
more dizzy.
Gran. Yeah, because it's probably his mom, but aged up.
His voice faded to a whisper. With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold.
He just fucking passed out.
Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Too hard. The library. Go there. But I mean, let's be real. We know what the source and all that. What's all going on there? The replica town. I highly doubt they're gonna just have that book. That's why there's no new books that comes in. How does nobody leave this? The people like Nada who are kind of just like curious by nature. Adorable. Yeah, he's good. Can't be bought. That is a good place.
Chapter 8. 6 feet under, 3 towns over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense
highly
of Mr.
doubt they're gonna
Tolliver's
have
cryptic utterance.
information on the source, or there might be some accidental thing in there they find something
Luca
on.
tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth. Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod. Rollo muttered under his breath.
Your county record.
Beck slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read. Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
J. Hartford. Juniper Hartford. Man, I wish there was a fucking backlog, dude. Oh my god. This is the obituary. Hartford survived by her young daughter, E. Hartford. Okay, so the grandma is dead. So this is clearly his mother aged up.
The question hung in the air.
Or something like that.
Beck rubbed her eyes. Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house.
If you don't know, this is this is not my grandmother. Who the
If he
fuck
was
is
lucky,
this?
Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business.
I imagine he's plenty
Luca
conscious.
shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering. He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely.
My God.
She was asleep.
Or
His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
what does it matter? You just think somebody else came in here and fucked around. Yep, you sleep like a rock. He's gonna be like at the top of the stairs or something. Perfect way to catch him. See if he goes straight to it when she thinks she's faking sleep. He could have went straight upstairs, no biggie.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen. Or maybe Gran knew everything. Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating. Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
Really?
He flipped the lid to read the label.
Let's hope this Mr. Non-Creed one isn't poison. Go to bed and play. Cool.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself.
What was Grandma thinking if this was part of her plan? I wouldn't be able to go down there. I mean, you wouldn't expect him just to open up something and shovel some fucking jam in his mouth.
Something was wrong. Luca groaned and tried to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
Sleeping jam, yeah. I guess so. I was hoping it'd be poison jam because Nuncreed is definitely not a good guy. But I guess she wasn't gonna kill him, she was just gonna knock him out.
Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him?
She wasn't drugging. I like all the misunderstandings and stuff where you can kind of like see the truth, the line because of the other routes.
Or rather,
okay,
shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
Yeah. Luckily he amended it. I actually skipped the voice act. He realized it was for Nuncreed. Yeah. I would not eating random shit down there. I mean, I guess Rolo did eat some earlier, so he probably thought it was safe. But it was for somebody else. I mean, I'm gonna get frozen. Flash frozen. Killed like in that other route. We're gonna go into these at some point. These photos are pretty good. Well, it's not for this part of town. Why do we need to
Augustus
see the
Valentine
speech?
nervously wiped his brow.
And
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie. William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival. He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
is it's like a VN. Each branch is a different route, and you need to discover words to continue down each other route. Yeah, different branch. It's kind of like a sci-fi VN. They tend to do that a lot. Maybe meta implications, we'll see.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest. Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd. He wiped away
A single tear. I love they always have like the marching, like propaganda music for all these kinds of moments. This is like the history count. Like we just associate this kind of music with like bullshit, right?
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word. Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention. Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd. His voice began to build to a crescendo.
Are we all gonna get frozen?
The crowd began to look around nervously.
I mean, that was probably what that rumble was in the other one. The thing is, the rumble just caused everybody to get frozen.
Mr. Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Okay, I said he didn't have anything ready, but he's got a note card.
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
His grandma didn't do her research enough, man.
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly
Unless
cold
she wanted
air
to kill
ripped through the
everybody,
crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched.
I mean, that would be a good way for our dude and the kids to become more of the heroes or figure things out, is because even the conspiracy mom
For a man
doesn't have it
like
figured
William
out.
Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end. There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting... Maybe we
Okay,
should just
I
quit.
really don't like this narrator.
Maybe you should just close... No, I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try... Please.
I don't know if they're gonna get meta with her as well or what. I don't like that she like actually mentions what's going on. I'd rather them just leave it and just have it be the story. It's not a huge deal, but definitely not. Unless they're gonna tie it in somehow.
They'd run the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation. Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task. With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
Crisp. Where's the torture version?
Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints. Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran.
Yeah, he's not the brightest one. He's honest.
This was gonna be easy.
She said a child.
Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints. Beck quickly removed the
I'm
ropes.
so sorry. A little, yeah. The guy's just so fucking honest about it. It was a little uncomfortable.
Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead. Beck twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought. Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue. Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement. Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
On scan, I'll restock in the candy shop. Odd phrase. Underground secrets. I think Juniper's a little too focused on one thing and not getting the whole picture.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
Good. A candy shell. Oh, it's almost like he's a good guy.
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
Jesus, of course, a fat bastard, man. All in on the candy.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper. Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
Anagram. It's somebody played some Zero Escape before this, dude. It's oddly familiar at times with some of the more classic sci-fi VNs. And we get the anagrams.
Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
Creds nude rugs. Oh, he's good, man. I'm surprised he could nail that so easily. He does love his ciphers. I guess that's been set up. They do a lot of that in this too. A lot of setup and payoff. They won't just have these traits come out of nowhere. Like he does cipher shit and like riddle stuff at one point. So like it would, it's backed up by like actual stuff. Like halfway decent writing, Imagine that. Christ. The other conspirator.
Gus looked around nervously.
He's just totally just bad, man. Not bad, he's just totally stupid. Carrie's got him hook, line, and sinker.
Eris's cry hung in the air.
Tell us what's gonna happen in the story, lady. I hope this is the fucking narrator. That'd be a cute way to tie it all on. I do hate when the villain makes a good point. That would be cute though. I still can't get back in there. I probably could serve a lot more people. It's their father aged down, I have a feeling here.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
I don't get why he would do.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Like if this was the fucking the guy who made the place, aged down somehow. Why would he want to just do like goofy kid shit and like petty like pranks? Unless he just wanted to give it all up, man. So it could be an illegitimate child, but I feel like with his mom probably being aged up, it makes sense that maybe the dad guy exists here. Yeah, maybe he's just like, fuck it, dude. I just want to be a fucking kid again or something. Or maybe when he gets young, he gets like a dumber mind. I don't know. Who knows? Licorice. Wonder if we're gonna find out that the guy, you know, the head Valentine guy likes black licorice. They do, like I said, they do a lot of setup and payoff in this. I'm certain you do. The way he talks is very like adult too. And do we gotta go back down through the telephone fucking like umbrella facility thing? Right now?
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside. Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in. Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Really, that's all you have to do?
The phone booth dropped loose from its shell.
Just fucking type in underground secrets as the password to get to the underground
Without
secret.
even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
Sometimes maybe they joke too much. I think it's fine overall. Probably a big enough find where they might want it to be a bit more serious business. Well, we know it's non-creed from other ads. I think Operation Alpha. The main office. Sure she could. I get the fuck out of here.
Rollo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Oh. He always says shit, the big guy does. That's like his thing. Which is cool because that's how you like know it's him in one of them, because he just kind of says it the same way when shit gets unveiled. He's not a total asshole. Happens to work for them.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
And our dude sold out. Like, he kind of cares, but he was willing to like end our dude in a route. He just has like a breaking
He
point.
gestured toward the strange tubes. Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh. He shook his head wistfully. Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children. Luca began to laugh. The color drained from Nuncreed's face. Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic. A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
The other townsman. He's going. Yeah, I think in this part especially, a little too much joke. Just a bit. Like, they're a little too casual for how dead serious a lot of these finds are and how this guy's acting and shit. They're joking about like the sidekick stuff. I think they've straddled a good line between like funny and serious and stuff that, like, you know, good writing can do. It's good to have some of that. But I think this bit, it's still really interesting in its own right, but like they kind of hit a little too much comedy there. You know? I think it kind of tarnishes the mood a little bit. That shit is a little cheesy. I mean, maybe that's a style they're going for, but
The cold, hard truth.
I think it's a little shit.
Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera, as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
Yeah, this part is way too many jokes. He's talking about pissing on everybody. I mean, are things not like super serious for them in this one? I mean, it starts out with him getting almost kidnapped and having a fight off for his life. I think this entire like route's kind of had a weird tonal problem. The other ones have not really had a big issue. They're very casual about stuff and they're making a lot of jokes. I don't mind when they're like interrogating the one guy, right? Yeah, I think when they get into like the secret other base here. A little bit. It's not a big deal, but it's definitely draws attention to itself. I guess in most of them it's just like one or two people, or he's solo.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss.
She's just really off the mark. Well, shouldn't be surprised. Like I said, I mean, it's not going to end with her just succeeding, right? Goddamn.
Nearby, a wheelbarrow.
I guess you wouldn't know. We know because they fucking like all gotten frozen to death multiple times.
She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
This is where they reveal it's like actually his mom.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids. Rollo and Beck held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
I hope he explains it here.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened. They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement. They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
He's a little cheesy sometimes, dude. Would I prefer an OVA? Maybe, but it's not a big deal. Weep. What
And in
is humming gonna do?
stillness, he began to hum.
He's gonna hum something only his mom
After
would
the
know.
death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind. The only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud.
Just gonna randomly start humming that. Does he just know it's her, or is this just random? Because everything's been jokes, even though it's been super serious in this route.
Gran lowered the torch, listening closely as recognition slowly set in. Her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note. Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother. Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother, only smaller, older, changed. Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated
I'd
from
assume
their
that
bodies.
the dude on the left would know. Oh, guess not.
Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness. Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow. For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again. Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Oh, there crashed the city hall.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7. Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempest Liquamen. There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
Where there wish there was a backlog. I would like to read that again, but sadly I cannot. I assume we'll be able to see her in person.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Damn, she really could have gave a bit better of a fuck. She sounds like just a typical conspiracy person.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Once he's gonna help us. Oh, is there? Weird when they have the speech bubbles when they're walking, not have the voice blips of the person. It makes them feel like they're not, don't matter as much. They have a loss of the hit.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncrete's face. He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground. Kerr gave a bow of deference. Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Alright, so it's as we assumed he is the guy. I assume instead of everything going to shit, maybe it did go to shit, but maybe he like kind of rebuilt the company and focused it on obviously the more broad scope of maybe the application of their shit instead of just fertilizer.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips. His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
His clothes gonna perfectly good too.
A hushed horror gripped the crowd.
He's got a
This
perfect
is
suit.
a story about
Nice.
Sharper examined his new hands. Sharper choked out a crude
The Sharper
squawk of
Valentine
wrath.
Festival.
Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd. William Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards. A helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
Dirty. So is he just gonna be like laughably evil, or is there gonna be a little bit more to it? You're weak, Joseph.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
Why did he talk about with that one kid in that one bit earlier doing that prank where they'd swap the fucking letters on something? Mentioned the black licorice and all that. He seemed like he was like he was this guy, but he wasn't just like a mustache twirling evil dude. But now he just seems like a mustache twirler. Don't know what that all's about.
Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow. Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
He's such a mustache twirler, you'd almost expect things to go wrong right now to kind of put a fly in the ointment in the story and keep some kind of mystery going on.
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer. This is... you can feel it. Right? We can't. Let's see.
Malice. Go for the malice. I think I'd rather hit the weep and see if she just blows the shit.
And in the stillness, he began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly.
I'll say the villain. Some of the tone here in this last bit, a little iffy. A little bit. The villain, maybe a little bit more than a little bit. I think they've kind of kept this kind of slow burn, kind of mystery, dreamy thing with his parents and all that kind of appearing here and there well throughout the story. That feel pretty well throughout the story. have like a very surface level villain twirl come out. We'll see if they put something extra above him or something a deeper thing to that, or if that's just the end game. We'll see.
The tears crystallized as they hit the snow.
He might just be a piece of the puzzle.
Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary. She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed. Ignoring his final plea, Gran.
Whoop.
She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud. Before Gran could finish, the ground shook her to
I really
silence.
like that her like little conspiracy thing and all of her posture here, and this just gets fucked. Maybe Nuncreed could have said something.
Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luke, her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act.
He probably could have said, hey, if you throw that in there, it's gonna kill
Unflinching
everybody.
love, pitted against an unthinking horror, there was no contest. Her warm embrace, that is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddler. The end. Well, on the bright side, we just...
Ugh, Jesus. When she chimes in at the end, it really like, I don't like reading it, because it really ends up just making things seem like, oh, that kind of sucked, you know? Not just like some hardcore thing in a story, right? Where everybody crooks, or there's some sacrifice by the mother or whatever, and you know, it's just like an, I don't know, pick like a really sad something that you've watched or something, and then somebody just chimes in, well, golly gee, that was a little sad, wasn't it? Like, it just kind of takes the, yeah, it kind of takes the wind out of the sails of the scene. I don't know what they were thinking, because a lot of the time it rides the line pretty well. But they've just will randomly have that, especially in this little chunk here. Yeah. Like, it just detaches you from the immersion. Yeah, I think almost every single one of these, I would prefer if they just left it at the end. And then, or just some kind of, you know, like in Zero Escape or in Infinity, where they say, and it's an infinity loop or something, and then you have to go find the thing, right? Like, it ends on some kind of stinger, like a credit sequence or like some crazy song, or there's a reason that you don't have it be like that in anything else that does this kind of shit, right? Because it just kind of takes you out of it. You want it to sting hard and then kind of get you reinvested in like learning about more shit. Yeah. I like want to like blast through the voice acting, because it like totally takes you out of it. Because overall, the atmosphere's been really good. I mean, this is like just kind of like a solid kind of like sci-fi VN. It's been cool. I'm hoping that the mustache twirling thing is just a piece of the pie and not the whole pie. Maybe I've just read too many sci-fi VNs. Yeah, I always expect like that extra something. Maybe all the allusions to the family and kind of this like this grand but kind of like surreal, ambiguous scope of what's going on was built up so well that like having it just be a mustache twirling villain would be kind of like a little too simple. But that and like, yeah, this cheesy commentary and like bad tonal whiplash where she's just casually saying shit after the end is, those are the big gripes for sure. I'd say they're getting to be a little more than just big at times, but if we can get back into it here. I want to go back to the diner. I hope we get a chance. Because we got the shit with the dad. I don't remember where we got to actually go back to the diner. Maybe we'll see it again, but... Because even when they were discovering... like these parts and shit, there was a good tension here. But like when the other route that we just finished, like when they're discovering all of these secret underground places and how serious everything is, they're pretty just chill. Like the kids are just shooting the shit, making jokes and stuff. But then you like contrast that with like everything else in this. It knows when to like be funny and when not to. I don't know what the fuck happened in that route.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes.
Well, anyways, in this route, let me
like a
double
trap
check
ready
here.
to spring.
Well, that is sure, but not really. If a kid somehow could get down there and find that, they'd be pretty scared. And the thing is, though, even if you could really believe that's true, which I really don't, everything else in the story is not like that. The game literally starts out with them sitting in like a toxic waste dump bin, scared out of their minds because there's some dude who threw like a corpse on them, and then they run away just into the fucking woods in fear or whatever. Like it doesn't and that was way less crazy than what they found out.
Luca felt the weight of Nuncrete's hand on his shoulder.
I just, it's more the tonal inconsistency. If they wanted it to just be like funny the whole time, that'd be one thing, but it's just very inconsistent with those chunks. So what happened in this route? Okay, so he investigates the toxic warehouse with Rollo. They hide out because the guy in the yellow outfit, which was this guy, comes out and throws the corpse on top of them in the dump, and then Rollo runs away first, and then our guy waits a little bit, then runs after, and Rollo's been missing. We know that the company ends up holding him somewhere, but this guy doesn't know that our dude was there, but he lets him know on accident. But the idea is that you have to choose what our guy sees in his eyes, but doesn't end well for him in the other bit. He just gets taken underground and probably killed.
Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there. Luca twisted free of Nuncrete's grasp.
I feel like even though this guy kind of like sold out or something, maybe he's gonna be one of the guys that makes like the classic dude with regret makes the sacrifice or something to make it right kind of deal. We'll see.
The two scurried off, eagerly formulating a...
Was he just having fun being a kid with this other person? See, that's what I don't get. Is like, he just seems like he's having a little bit of mischief and eating like some candy and shit. Like, maybe he's just pretending to be like a kid, but he's hiding this part. What mischief would he have? It's just odd. Yeah, really, just punch him. Oh, the bat's asleep. Can we do this part again? Jesus Christ, is it really only available like one time in the story? The fishing thing was available all the time. I want to finish that out. I could just jump to it. Chance I get. But I mean, this is going to be a pretty big story chunk for a while at least. Need to go in here too. And I feel like whoever made this was definitely on that Infinity or Zero Escape shit. It's got a lot of parallels, but it's well written for the most part. Like I said, there's a couple weird things, but mostly in tone, and curious where the direction's going. But pretty interesting thriller with a lot of different shit on it. Like I said, it's kind of got like a 13 Sentinels like sci-fi VN thing going on, where there's lots of different jumping around and stuff. But obviously, there's a bit more gaminess to it. It's cool. We'll just see how they cinch it, if they do at all. They could easily ruin it. Kind of on their way. They kind of fucked up a few little things there, but it's not enough to spoil the whole thing, right? I still don't know the full scope of the chemical, the time stuff. If it's really just for something as simple as just, I mean, obviously everlasting life, but like just good fertilizer. Obviously how it would affect the entire world, who that mouse character is from earlier. Junkin. Any reason to go back home? We still haven't been up to the second floor. Like, what's up in these rooms? Maybe nothing. I mean, Rolo's been kidnapped in this one.
He aired a long holler into the woods. Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace. Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Luca stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket, a keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face. "A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together." Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. Wait? For what? Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. That's up to you. Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real? Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me. Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. And you? The doppelganger choked back tears. I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does that make sense? Through his tears, Luca laughed. I think so. His father pulled him in for an embrace. Time to go, buckaroo. Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor. A commanding voice rumbled from below.
Is it non-creed?
Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open. Chapter 5. Dangers big and small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight.
Significant weight. It's probably non-creed. He's pretty big.
Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Oh, it's just his sister? Jesus, she's not that big, man. Oh no, is this fucking... The sister looks like him too. This must be... fucking Oreo, whatever his name is. Dad? He looks like he's just chilling, dude. Oh, is this actually him aged up, maybe?
The large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
That would make more sense. Rolo aged up. Must have been hit with the chemicals or something, dude. We've never met his family, except the sister. Hoping she'd have more to do in this.
Luca's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rollo, only bigger, older, changed. Rollo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
His hands, dude, he's all big. This guy's so stupid.
Luca moved to the side and pointed
Jesus,
Rollo to his
this fucking
reflection
guy,
in the
man.
balcony window. His hands shot up to his face.
They made him drink the green shit, man. Oh, the licorice. They mentioned the licorice. The setup. Why did they do that to him though? Using him as a test subject? Jesus, they only had him for a fucking day, man. Yeah, except bro, you just aged up like 10 to 20 years. Lost 10 to 20 years off your life, man. That wouldn't be that awesome at all.
Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs. With a yelp, Rollo dove behind Luca.
Oh, this is the route. Is this the route where you got the shit on her hair? That went gray? She like dye it? Large adult friend.
She shot a nervous glance at Rollo. Beck's eyes narrowed.
At least it wasn't like all of her hair, just the front. I don't think it's gonna grow out. He's got old person's hair.
Ilona tried to put on a smile.
Oh, this mom's not very smart.
She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically. She flashed a sly grin and tussled.
Gonna be the underground secret thing again. The founder. The lead researcher. Her predecessor. Would that be Manuel or whatever? We're in the end game. Dr. Prescott. That was the name tag on the body at the very beginning. Oh, I'm glad they threw it. These aren't even the walkie-talkies they found earlier. This is just her tuning into the radio. Well, they did set up. They set up a lot of shit. This radio is like specially modified by one of her tech mothers. It's probably like super juiced, so maybe it picks up on some frequencies normal radio wouldn't. It's good. They don't just like pull shit out of their ass in this. We can always give them that. Like, they set up a lot of shit and then have payoff for it later. It's pretty rare, it's just like totally shit's happening for like no reason. Ass pull. Thank you for writing. It's getting hot here. I need to open the door. Cisco IP phones, yeah. Yeah, this wish this had a backlog. And it's pretty much just a VN. Bill.
Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
I'll be right back. What's up, Andrew? Yeah, that would make more sense.
Beck flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor. Rollo started to wiggle with excitement.
This guy, dude.
Chapter 6.
I guess his grown-ass body thing's gonna be
The heist.
used at some point here.
They spent
The
the
muscle.
night's end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement this could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread, even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important
Unsavories?
tasks only they were suited for.
You mean that one kid?
Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found.
Maybe they're
in the
gonna
bargain.
have the junk guy.
Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse.
I thought we gotta go to the diner right now.
They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in one day, and they each had their assignments. He waved vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure.
His
Beck snorted an involuntary giggle.
Jesus, that's not gonna happen. Let's hope so.
They each looked at each other
No
with
job.
sleepy confidence and nodded.
No Iggy. Let's hope we gotta go to the diner. Everybody's gonna be here. I really hope this is the narrator. That would help a little bit. I mean, it wouldn't help the tone shit, but it'd be a cute way to pull that together somehow. Because every time you walk by her, she's like reacting to some new part of either, I can't tell if it's this story or some other story or what. Why is this place so fucking exclusive? Do I really have to go back to that very particular point in the story? Bizarre, man. The fishing thing, you could just do it almost any time. I'm not going to be able to make that decision until we get to the next turning point. 'Cause I don't know if you could just continue where you left off. Might be better if it's just open.
out a long snicker.
That's pretty based, man.
The joy in Jeff's face drained instantly. Looking into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Oh.
Luca wasn't ready to give. He shouted out again.
Oh, shit. It's all shit.
Jeff's brow perked up.
Go ahead and hide, you fucking scared
Sensing some
bastard.
traction, Luca carried on with vigor. Jeff's scowl faded with a sigh. One good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home. Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal.
5 bags of sour
With
gobs.
a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Nice. Hit him in the pride, man. Always works.
Iggy raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Iggy gave a reluctant shrug.
Iggy was pretty based in his route where he sacrificed himself, half mutated or whatever.
Iggy considered the point. A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face. Iggy glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement.
I like Tish, man. All she says is yup in different ways. And she's just a fucking rhino or whatever the fuck this is. Just stands there.
With a quick nod, Luca was off. Iggy gazed up at Tish with a smile. A single tear ran down Tish's cheek.
But he spoke actual words. A classic where they just say
Chapter
yup
7.
the entire fucking playthrough. Like the character that only says one thing the whole time, then all of a sudden they say a bunch of things. Maybe she only speaks to him. Didn't he say that she wasn't much of a conversationalist? What the fuck was up with that?
Into the hive.
Clearly she's
A
can speak.
good heist requires preparation,
He wasn't surprised.
and thorough preparation takes time, something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. "We are locked and loaded on my end." And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach perennial harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence.
Was he gonna hide in the crate? Oh no, he's got something else.
Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms.
It's just that guy's actual outfit with the mustache.
He had to think quick. Rollo sighed, adjusting his tool belt. With a stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the perennial harvest
They even
headquarters.
said the line.
He stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
He's good.
Rollo interrupted with urgency in his voice. Rollo panicked.
What the fuck? He's just freaking out. I just said, I should make up a name.
The distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence. The clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
That was pretty shit, Rollo. No cups for the water.
Solomon stopped in his tracks.
Why would you say something if he was here?
A veneer of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatically. Solomon's facade briefly faltered.
Our guy's not very smart. But I guess he figured Solomon, I mean, he's just a kid, right? He doesn't know in this route. But he didn't find it a little odd he was messing with the keypad and everything.
Luca happened to notice a plaque above the door. Luca tried the handle.
How's this gonna work out?
Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism.
Our guy Just fucking came in and asked questions first instead of watching what he was doing with the keypad.
Luca smiled and looked at his watch.
But I like it. Yeah, I guess he's been kind of fighting the establishment himself. He just sits there. He won't move.
She mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle. The light on the keypad changed from red to green. Luca switched on his walkie-talkie. On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field. Luca pecked out his best guess: underground secrets. The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a
Well,
black
that would, there's your fucking meta. He's never, I don't think he ever learned about underground secrets in this route. So that would be some kind of inner time, kind of knowledge bleed. The classic. Oh, did Rolo actually hear when he's on here? I didn't catch if that happened. I was expecting, I was like, I've been waiting for it. But maybe he did say that.
Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile.
I like that he's sitting here talking to the bad guy.
Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
I was really hoping that he would guess something important from like a different timeline, but we might end up there at some point.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button. He quickly skimmed the screen with his finger.
You were just trying to help. That must be important, the water cup thing.
Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie. With self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
Okay, I forgot they were here too. That's the first thing her mom would say. Who is your adult friend?
to examine his teeth.
So she has no idea. Oh, what a fool. Thank you for the exposition. But I guess her daughter did just show up here. Might be time to explain to her.
Nellie sighed.
So he never wanted him to discover how to do it. That's why I guess he got killed. Mom, he's dead. Ooh, info. Oh, the malice 80 proof was fished up into the pool.
Solomon muttered inaudibly. Solomon once again muttered under his breath.
This guy's just shitting on him all the
Luca
time.
tugged on each of the cabinets.
Maybe we gotta get a key or something.
With a subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face. Luca held his hand up to the ashtray. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Is the mother gonna notice him, or was he like older when she came in? Talk to him. Of course he'll watch it, he's gonna open it up.
Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul. Solomon clapped with genuine delight.
A clap. Very good, very good.
Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form.
They wanted to stay youthful, but not quite this youthful. Well, he fixed it.
Kerr presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand. Before he could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Why the hell is he presenting it that direction? Oh, that's why they tested it on him, I see. That's why.
Rollo casually tossed the vial to Luca. Luca jiggled the vial mockingly. She held it tightly behind her back.
Surely he can make more.
Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables. He pursed his lips with feigned sincerity. A deep uncertainty washed over Beck. She looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon. With apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Maybe she like switched it behind her or something, or fucked with it.
The blood drained from Kerr's face. Solomon shook his head with gratification. A muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Anything to find in here? He really doesn't like his left side. His daughter's, I guess she didn't do anything either. He called her a failure. Well, I'd imagine she like fucked with something there. Maybe he's gonna drink that when he goes out and get fucked. That'd be pretty cool. Oh, that's convenient.
The color dropped from Luca's
Oh, this is
face.
how we're gonna. They gotta have everybody catch back up to what we found on other routes in this route. Problem is, in this route, wouldn't the mother still be out there trying to like blow the shit up?
Luca was overwhelmed with emotion.
I don't know how it's gonna be stopped this time.
A sudden explosion sounded from the hull.
Unless she's changing
Chapter 8,
course.
Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through.
Okay. So what's happening with all of them here has changed her mind.
It was a strange feeling.
Well, it was good because kills everybody.
The last time she'd
Accident.
stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Gonna beat him up with a cane. I mean, she did have a punching bag in the basement, so she's been keeping her eye, I suppose.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech. Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents.
I hope she like tricked
A triumphant
him.
smile grew across Solomon's lips.
Okay, yeah, she just swiped it.
With a mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
It's not gonna be shit. So we can choose between three things here. Malice.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice.
Oh yeah, I forgot he had whiskey named Malice. I don't want to go down the right path. Let's see if they lock me in. I don't remember where the spot. Oops. I guess we're going over here real quick.
Luca began to
I wanna go to the diner again, man. I don't know where that was. I think it was here?
This is a story
In case you get
about
some kind of secret
struggle.
thing for it.
Luca he felt around his hands. He yanked it flat. Luca swung. He heard the crack.
You can only jump to points in the story.
Only the sound.
That have like a turning point. I don't think there's like a way to fast go through shit either. I mean, what happens if you like miss a word somewhere? Who knows? They just like tell you. We're gonna go back and get it. Yeah, obviously like a skip button and like a backlog would be really nice. The skip would not be as important considering the flow of the story, but the thing is we've not been able to go back to the diner. Like ever, only the one time. And I think it's supposed to be like the parallel to the father fishing thing, but for the mother. There's the mother's alive, so.
Luca squinted at the fade memories of that.
Sinuses. Just double pungent, I guess. Spicy. Miss Hatch. Something small.
Mr. Wilder adjusted his monocle jokingly.
Hilarious, Mr. Wild. A burger. A burger with onion. Finally a normal, somewhat normal burger. She wants a super burnt burger. Expensive top. Luckily we got some caviar here. Caviar for her burger. Does he want like a gigantic burger? See, he remembers that Lancreed's been around the town before. Now he acts like he doesn't remember he was ever there. It's a weird inconsistency. Maybe he just forgot. It's been a long time. Oh, man. Oh, that's cute. You gotta eat. I'll make you something special. I gotta make him something massive. Smiley face with a lot of burger.
Mr. Nuncreed reached down and patted Luca's shoulder with an enormous hand.
That's nice. I don't know how exactly forget all the non-creed story. I mean, the idea is though that he's like kind of a good guy, but he kind of got selfish and kind of weak and sold out and regrets it. He's good. Like how she just wanted to take the orders and he's made everything. That up. We don't get a, meaningful, mysterious end on that one. A little bit more character stuff. And so be it. Let's try the malice.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice. His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Is he gonna turn into a whiskey? Best. Just
The
fucking
crowd gazed in
exploded.
stunned silence at the now empty stage.
It's a pretty good way of getting at the guy who can never do any wrong kind of guy. Never makes a mistake. Just totally gets blown up on the stage.
The quiet was broken when William Kerr sprinted off stage and into the distance. He was never seen around Beacon Pines, or anywhere else for that matter, again. Watching the silhouette of Kerr disappear over the horizon, Luca began to laugh. First, a low chuckle that became uncontrolled, heaving laughter. Through his tears, he was vaguely aware that the crowd had begun to laugh with him. The end. That was unexpected. Perhaps a bit of an absurd ending for my taste, but who am I to say? I'm only writing the damn thing.
Some spare change, some junk.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk.
One sec. Cigar ash.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Like his ashes fly into his fucking daughter's face. I'll show you.
As the last of what was once Sharper Valentine wafted into the air, the crowd began to disperse, still numb from what they had just observed. Sharper Valentine was gone for good. His end would be a new beginning for Beacon Pines, a new chance to let go of the things they had lost and grab hold of a new future. The end. Well, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a bit gratifying. If that feels to you like a good note to end on, I won't stand in your way. I might have tweaked his wonder potion
Change into
with a
the blob.
little change. His body and face began to contort.
Wouldn't he have like downed the penny and been like,
disappeared.
This is a cute way of having that like Goofy as a baby.
Eris awkwardly cradled the squirming child.
Like his like mustache twirling bullshit, then he kind of just gets fucked over afterwards.
She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty. She looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Does the baby like still have all his memories?
Epilogue. Beacon Pines' coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through,
Oh, well, I'm
middle
sure
school
there's
was
something more.
bearable.
Or not. I mean, I'll have some words. If they just kind of shit it out there. I feel like it's one of those that has like so much solid build-up that it really needs like a larger, more meta ending. Things we still don't know about. They still haven't discovered the other town in this. The mouse lady is not, or the mouse dude's not been back around.
The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn, his mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Did they like shrink him back down? I mean, Jesus, dude, does he actually want to be a grown-ass man with the child?
Over time, Eleanor began moving Walt's old things out of the closet, and Eleanor had moved back into her bedroom, and now that she wasn't sneaking out late, she even slept there most nights.
She didn't get to be young again. leave her fucking kid like still a kid before she's dead, man. We're gonna go see the real grave. Cool. That's looking pretty happy.
When Perennial Harvest collapsed, most of the clipboards skipped town, but some stuck around and dedicated themselves to making things right.
That's good for him, What about our guy here? Did he just... Okay, he's starting to improve. He's planted a fucking... They're on the concrete there. Slow and dirty harvest. I minded that. Alright, buddy. I hope they at least ended on something strong with him remembering his father. And the creatures are coming back. Living here. Very nice way to set it. I feel like with all this setup with the dad and the like parallels and stuff they were trying to do there, or like all, you know, these like coming back and like seeing him in the memories over and over, and then kind of talking about how that's like a huge driving force for the kid. Ending it on the family thing would probably be better, but I don't know, maybe it's just gonna be a Goonies ending. I mean, you can have both, I guess. I feel like if anything, the end of this has been like lighthearted in general. I don't know, we'll get into it. Depending on how they cinch it here, I would definitely say the first 2/3 is a lot stronger than the end. But... Yep. And the baby looks pissed. Oh, I still need to watch through Starship Troopers. But yeah, it'd be nice to see that series get a game that doesn't suck. I don't think they've had any that didn't suck, right? I'm hoping my Aliens RTS game isn't shit in like a month or whatever. The Descent or whatever. Oh, he just lost his memories. That's good.
Eris did her best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes.
That's good for her. Oh, he's going to jail, nice.
Closing her eyes, Miss Hatch took a deep, relaxing breath.
Yeah. I think you're pretty much up to speed. Squad. That's the one, like massive, more massive, like hierarchical, like command type of game, right? Like a battle game or whatever. Some of my friends played that one. I didn't end up playing it myself. Yeah. Well, it's cool. I mean, that kind of like background with Starship Troopers would be pretty solid. The bad's still the best. Kawaii. No co-op against the bugs. Oh, you can finish it at the end here.
Luca squinted at memories of that.
Weird time to end it, man. Who's kid? Who is this kid? I don't know.
Mrs. Fratelli glowed with a carefree smile.
Well, hopefully it's not an early access that's so shit that it turns everybody off it. One that's actually got like potential. I'll have to watch a bit. Let me know what you think.
Mrs. Fratelli sighed.
Oh, they haven't announced the price.
Over the school year, Kato and Bert had become close friends. It typically went on like this for quite some time.
They just fucking tell each other facts. I wouldn't be surprised if it was similar, especially if they're working with a known IP. Depends on the scope of the game, I guess. Speaking of that, when is that Ghostbusters game coming out? They announced. I mean, not that I'm terribly excited for that. I'm not gonna play it, but that one was made by some company that. Are they the one? They're not. Were they the ones that are doing Dead by Daylight? Actually, I don't remember. It was some company that did like async multiplayer as well. A lot of those games, I guess, coming out.
Was the first issue of Hank Atomic.
Yeah, the prop hunt one. Did that already come out?
Mr. Nuncreed shook his head.
Oh, really? Yep.
With perennial harvest
little
gone, the
rabbits.
transportation tubes were left unused. Well, maybe not
That's
completely
wild, right?
unused.
This opportunist. Are these like fucking. One of these are references. I mean, they're tourists, but I'm not like references though. I guess they shut all this down. It's good. See the mothers. Oh, we've already seen the mothers. Oh, damn, new tree. Oh, we're on Old Beacon Pines.
I think the end I've been with. Honestly,
Oh, yeah, the
I
narrator.
began to lose hope of ever finding it.
I hope they tie her in as someone we know or
Then
something.
you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you. It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
Yeah, I don't think the fourth wall was ever worth breaking in this. They didn't do anything cool with it. Yeah, we'll get into it. I mean, I get they're going for like this style thing there, where like we're witnessing a story and all that. If it was just like this slapdash kind of comedy fun thing the whole time, it would be one thing. But it's got a lot of serious stuff where we're wanting to like break the fourth wall and kind of like decompress the situation is not good for the immersion or the atmosphere. And then you start to not like it or her after a while when she does that. So then when this kind of shit happens, you're just like, no, just don't do it. If they tied her in somehow as like a character we knew, it would at least kind of save that a bit. Or she was somebody like one of these people older or something. At least they're ending it in the family thing. I hope something like bizarre happens. I mean, like they were talking to him through his like dreams and shit. Like, there's definitely this supernatural element to the source and the time thing and all that. And I feel like it kind of should have went a little in that direction. I mean, it essentially ends like a Goonies movie. Or like the Goonies movie, right? But it's got like the setup of like a sci-fi VN or like a meta VN or something. And it doesn't need to be like go into this crazy sci-fi meta thing, but like tipping it in that way a little bit while keeping the family thing. Fucking hell, I think even fucking Oxenfree manages to still do that. So it's like, it's kind of odd that they just kind of go full Goonies by the end. It's like building up and like pretty crazy, really interesting, like, you know, a multi-threaded like story going on, and then kind of just like just kind of deflates. Like, it's fine still, but I think there's a lot more potential there for something a bit more ambitious. Alright, we'll see what happens here, but I mean, there's other issues too, like some of the tonal inconsistencies. You just sit here as long as you want. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's a good way to end that little bit there. I think where it falls and the stuff that came before is wacky. Ending on some kind of family something. Yeah, I'm really glad that she did not. That would have been really bad. She might still say something. Her VA wasn't like bad. I think some of it was a little cheesy. Considering like where she was saying stuff during the story and how like her like over emotion or something kind of like took you out of it. She wasn't like a bad voice or anything. I mean, it was some bad indie voice acting. So that was fine. I think it was more just like how she was coming in and when that just didn't quite hit right. Yeah, her just reading it impartially was fine, right? But her imparting too much of like her own thing was not I would not say that was a good call. I think when that happened, especially, I mean, in the beginning it wasn't as bad, but when you're accenting important parts of the story with a very strong, you know, emotion maybe or atmosphere, and then she just fucking just boom, just the other boot drops when she starts talking. You're like, eh. Like I said, when you have these similar types of things in like a Zero Escape or something like that, it usually lets it sit. Like, ooh, the crazy thing happened in this ending. Everybody died in the ice thing. It would end it on like a crazy song, credits, let you sit on it, and then get back into it. Not, well, golly gee, everybody's dead. That's pretty sad. Like, that's just not, that's not a good idea. So I think that is a problem sometimes. I think mostly it's fine, but when you get in that last 2/3, especially that chunk right before our final bit, and the final part of that second to last route there. Oh, she's pretty bad on that. The context, the atmosphere that she kind of ruins there. I also feel like that's when you start feeling the Goonies thing a little bit more. There's a lot of serious stuff happening, and it feels like all of a sudden they're like, maybe we're making our story too dark. And then they kind of like lighten it. Crazy things are happening. They're cracking jokes a lot. They were cracking jokes through the whole thing, but it did a good job of managing comedy, seriousness, and kind of like juxtaposing the cutesiness and all that with everything to make it more engaging and unique. But like in that last second to last route, it was like there's way too many jokes for all the serious stuff going on, when in earlier parts of the game they would not fuck it up on that front. Like, they might still make like little things here and there, but especially when they have the cat chick around, everybody's excuse me, cracking wise like way too much. So I think that kind of takes you out of it, because it's not a super long story. I mean, it's what, like 6-7 hours. You're pushing this like feeling and this like pretty solid, like I said, it feels like a sci-fi VN, like a Zero Escape or Infinity or something, right? And you know, it's got that feeling going on, like some, you know, at any moment we're about to hit the crazy meta shit, but we're gonna balance it with like nice human stuff. And they kind of like, it deflates a little bit tonally there, and they're like, okay, that's not a huge deal. Give me that final bit. Right? Like, where are we going to go with it? It's not going to just be a mustache twirling guy, right? He's just going to be like the catalyst for maybe some kind of greater meaning. Anything that's going on here? That's the full deal. Yeah, I feel like they're like building something. I mean, like, the thing is, like, it just starts out so strong, man. And it's not like it's bad by the end of it. I think it's pretty good overall. But man, it starts out pretty good. I'm like, oh, you know, it's swinging with the best of them at times. You know, I'm sitting here like, oh, it's kind of like 13 Sentinels at times. It's kind of like this and that, you know. I'm like, unexpected. But yeah, they really just end it with like a mustache twirling villain who gets like just blown up. And like, it's very clearly like explained. And it doesn't really like bring back in any of the kind of like supernatural stuff or the, you know, any kind of the source stuff, or how it's like time and matter, like it has the future and the past and all that. They don't try to like incorporate interesting things like with the dad talking through that in his dreams in a more of a real way, or kind of just have the bad guy be like a slight stepping stone. And it doesn't have to jump into this huge meta crazy insano like, you know, scope, but trying to push it that direction felt kind of like the more ambitious, but like more interesting way for it to go. Instead, it's just like, oh yeah, the girl's mom, we're gonna save her, I guess, and then you kind of get everybody to help you. And then the Goonies, instead of running through a cave looking for treasure, they run through an office building looking for somebody's mom, and then the town, the town and them fuck over the bad guys, and he explodes or turns into a baby, and you get the Udawa Ramono ending, and there you go. And I mean, it's like it's not bad, and I like I said, I like the final send off that they did end it on the dad. That was smart. The game has a lot of like a lot of setup, a lot of payoff. They've clearly like thought about things. It's clever at times, jumping between the different threads, the order of which you'll get the different the words and stuff. While it's not very difficult and there's not that much variety in the order you'll go, it's still pretty linear. It still does have you jump between stuff, and knowledge you'll know in one route will contextualize like an atmosphere in another route. So it's like, in this route, there's no reason to think that he would be scared of this guy. But since we know it in the other route, it makes it interesting there. And like they kind of know that. So there's a lot of like context stuff, like clever stuff like that, that kind of make you think more and the atmosphere stronger. So like it's clever. It's like smartly written at times. It's just kind of, I think like it's like so strong in a way at in the first 2/3, and is like it's like a lot of mystery VNs and shit. It's like it builds up like too competently that like it could like cinch it and do something, right? But like if it doesn't, it kind of feels like a lot of that goes to waste. I've kind of mentioned that with mystery VNs a lot, where it's like, or just mysteries in general, right? Or like like an action movie, the ending doesn't matter as much, but with the mystery, what happens is big, right? Because the journey can be important, but the answer, the end, matters more than most, more than in most genres. Like I said, I think they could have ended it like slightly ambiguous, or did not give you all the answers. Like they definitely left a lot of things vague. Like I said, the time shit. But I think dabbling a little bit into that and then kind of going vague would be better. But man, it really just ends on the Goonies ending. I feel like I'm missing, like there's like an extra thing or something maybe I missed. Between that and the loss of like, I feel like atmosphere by the end of it, I don't mind it ending on like a happy note. Or even like a bittersweet one. It feels like, I would say they ran out of time, but yeah, I mean, the thing is, it builds up at a pretty nice, like, it's a slowish build, or they're getting into some pretty heavy stuff right away, and they're revealing little things here and there, but it's like, it's paced well. And then at the end, I feel like it's like they're kind of in a rush to end it on like almost a whimper. And then it fucks with the tone too. What was it, Kentucky Route Zero Act 5 sort of deal? Or what? But I don't know. Anyways, I think it's good overall. I'd probably recommend it. Well, I would recommend it for sure. I mean, I think, like I said, they're adding enough. It's clever. It's fun. It's engaging the whole way through. The mystery's kind of cool. Um, I like a lot of the art. It's really crisp. All the little emotions and stuff are fun things. The music's pretty nice. You're getting a mix of like synth stuff, kind of laden accordion type of shit, nice piano work. So that's pretty good. I like the voice blips. It was a good call. Like I said, I was really hoping I would be like, oh yeah, this was really fucking awesome. Man, I just think that I don't know. Maybe not everybody agrees with me on that. Yeah, the ending and the loss of some of that atmosphere and tone, and the narrator kind of getting a little too much. I can't in good conscience be like it was great. I think it tarnishes it just a bit, but I would still recommend it. I would recommend it maybe even to the crowd of people who like sci-fi VNs or something, but I wouldn't recommend it like in the exact same vein. Because I don't. It doesn't go that. It doesn't go there. It looks like it's gonna go there. You're like, oh man. Like we're getting like clone towns, time, space stuff going on with like the powers and shit, conspiracies, you know. People dying, he's talking to like older versions of himself and like his memories or some bizarre shit, you know. And his dad, and they're jumping into these like, you know, past memories of him and his family and all this and that, and you're like, oh, it's gonna go there, you know, it's gonna do something, right? I'm waiting for it, or there's, you know, there's the big twist, or they're gonna get kind of like, you know, yeah, Blickwinkle's gonna roll out, or you know, like yeah, I'm not saying it has to do that, but it felt like it was gonna get a little larger, and you see stuff like Oxenfree go that way, and that one has its problems too, but like keeping at least a consistent tone. In general, just kind of like surreal mystery. At least kept that going. This one, yeah, kind of pivots. Yeah, I don't know. No, maybe I'll be able to get Go to play or something. See what he would say on it. No, Blick. I mean, technically, the narrator was writing it, and we were making the choices, and we were like, kind of Blick. I mean, I don't know. I suppose not quite, but it doesn't play things. He's playing Tears of the Kingdom offline. His internet's dead. Listening to music. Making fun of me for not having it every day. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to see what people say. I don't know. I feel like not everybody's gonna have that same issue with me. I think it's just because maybe we've read, whatever. I've just read maybe too many, like, of those kind of like sci-fi VNs, too many of those meta type of things. Or it's not that I need it to go that way, but there's been a lot of like ambitious, you know, things that handle like lots like I said, if you want to play like I think of like this, but like, you know, that goes a little crazier. It's like, and it's way more complicated. Go do like 13 Sentinels or something. This tries to have a little bit more of an emotional core when it comes to like family and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think it quite gets me. That's the thing, is I'm not like super emotional about it either, right? I mean, I probably felt more from the very end of Citizen Sleeper. I'm not gonna, I won't spoil it, don't worry about it. But it's like, yeah, I don't know. So it's like what they need. I feel like that thriller element, that engagement there's nothing needed to, I feel like, kind of keep latched on. Because I mean, the escapades of a bunch of kids doing Goonies stuff is fun, but they build it in a direction that has a lot more potential for something else. Oh well. Anyways, yeah, I guess that's about all I'd have to say on it. Overall, yeah, I would recommend it. I think it's good. For sure. And I think a lot of people are going to get a lot more traction out of this and not have those little issues I do. Maybe the narrator people might have issues with at certain points. But if people don't really like see maybe the potential or the direction it could have gone as much, you're not going to really have a problem with the Goonies ending. I would still say I like this better than like Night in the Woods or something. A very similar thing where it's more of an angsty drama, but it gets into kind of like a dark side of a town type of supernatural thing. And I mean, it goes for the supernatural a lot harder, but it also has like tonal issues and inconsistent pacing and shit like that. Where this doesn't have that issue, it just kind of has a questionable direction. I bring up Night in the Woods because they're similar. Small town, family, human kind of focused drama, but with like a bigger thing under the hood. I think this focuses much strongly on like the actual thriller and the mystery, where that's a bit more about just like goofy. Yeah, furs. Where that one's a lot more about kind of degenerate, goofy main characters or something. I don't know. I didn't like Night in the Woods that much. It's also kind of just like annoying to play. You kind of had to go check everything every day. And it wasn't like a bad game, but yeah, it was definitely a bit overhyped. This one was much cleaner. I like the art style, more unique, and it's like good art. It's not just like a cute style. Like it's actually like really crisp. Like even just these things on the left look really nice. It feels like this should have maybe been like like an actual VN, like a little longer. Like they added 3 hours and then went for like a bigger ending. It really just feel like they kind of like had more ideas and then they kind of just like went simple. That's probably not what it actually is, but it has that vibes. Anyways, it's super hot in here. So the idea is tomorrow we're gonna play Tears of the Kingdom, I hope. It's not gonna come in the mail right away. I would stay up and do more, but I need to kind of keep a sleep schedule because I'm kind of just sort of on call in a way. I don't know when my friend is gonna want to do some work, if it's even gonna be this week. I'm gonna ask tomorrow if I can actually plan my week a little bit more. That I kind of just be open for an entire day, every day. Fine, but want to know if I can go ham on Tears of the Kingdom, really. But anyways, so I'm not gonna stay up at this point. We're just gonna end it here. But tomorrow, hopefully in the mail, maybe we'll do like a little movie or something early while I wait for the mail. But I got it at like 12 today. Probably gonna be similar tomorrow. Hopefully Tears of the Kingdom. If not, we'll start another short game. Try to finish that up. I could start a game, I suppose, and then finish it the next day as well while I wait for the mail. I don't want the anticipation to get in the way. It's like I knew I wasn't getting it today after a bit, but I'll enjoy this a bit more. Anyways, I'm gonna go cool off a little bit, really hot. I'll probably read some reviews on this. I'll probably read some of the negative ones. I'm curious to see if people had similar thoughts on how they put it. Yeah, overall, definitely cleverly written, competently written for the most part. Like I said, lots of setup, payoff. You know, there's a lot of good answers for some things, for most of it, and then it kind of just gets a little simple. I feel like they could have been a little bit more ballsy. They definitely had like the chops for it, but they kind of don't, which is a shame. But obviously, in the art and everything else, it's pretty good. Couple issues with tone, but yeah, definitely recommend it.